All right, good evening and welcome. Sorry for the delay. I was in good time with everything, but then suddenly nothing worked. I just needed to update the hype train, so it was working before I got in, but then it kept crashing when I added just one more hype train. And so I had to test it in 7 different ways and try to isolate it and take saves and screenshots and explain and reproduce and all that crap. And then suddenly I didn't have any more time left. So that's why I am woefully unprepared. That unfortunately also mean that the hype train from yesterday, was it yesterday? Yes, yesterday from KG and from Cerulean. I can't add those just yet because I can add the Cerulean one, but I can't add the one from KG because then it just crashes. I think my guess is that it's something out of bounds, an array that's 100 filled with 100, and then when I add record number 101, then it blows up. The error certainly says something like error running event. Too many parameters for localized string 21 is greater than 20 limit in property tree at root caption stack traceback. Something is it is telling me that 21 is greater than 20, and I knew that. I knew that. I don't see the problem with 21 being larger than 20. It's kind of a common phenomenon. Yeah, I called Timbo. I did call him, but he's busy. So and even if he's gonna look at it tonight, I don't know. But even if he is, then I'm not gonna be able to update it anyway. So I'm not gonna be. I don't think I'll be updating any new during the stream. So luckily I have a log where I write the hype trains, so I can definitely I won't forget them, but I can't add them into the game as of now. So what I wanted to just talk a bit about before we got started, and I mean maybe Vichu or Jeff can also figure out what the hell's going on with this code. It might usually with these kind of things, it's something like of course, this thing here was set to that, and it should of course have been set to something else. There we go. That's usually the case. Right. So I want to just before we dive in, just talk a bit about the next week. And also, I just posted on YouTube, not a video, but just a post about sort of summarizing what's there. It's just the usual that I haven't done for a couple of weeks because I've been deep in the grind. Basically, the update on what we're doing and what's going on. And I got a good night message from my daughter. I'm just gonna say good night and then. There you go. Random emotes. Idle power armor rush build that makes all necessary parts. Don't know. I don't know, surprised. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Hey, Sabaton. Good to see you. And thank you for the tier 2. Snake Eyes? Oh. What? Snake Eyes? 11? It's not Snake Eyes. I mean, yes, 1-1. I don't know. Hello. Good evening, Timbo. No, don't worry. I got work for you lined up for the entire evening, so don't worry. You have got plenty of no worries. BB Linux, thank you for the 3 months, 5 months. Yeah, so Timbo, don't worry. We're not gonna let you get bored here on a fine Sunday evening, and you thought you were gonna be leaning back and well, Timbo, if this is something that you just look at and go, one line change, one variable, fine, but we're not gonna be we're not gonna be updating anyway unless you recommend it. Unless you just go like, okay, it's done. But don't worry. Enjoy your Sunday evening. I'm gonna be streaming next time Factorio on Thursday, so we have plenty of time. Not sure if it's one or two lines. Just don't do the enter and just write it after the semicolon, and it's only one line. Yeah. So we are next week. Monday will be the last day of Dyson Sphere. I hope maybe I might have broken my save. I might have to redo a lot of things because today and yesterday evening I decided that I did something stupid. So yeah, I might have just broken my save. Oops. Yeah, last day of Dyson Sphere program on YouTube and Twitch. I mean, I might do some tutorials here and there on YouTube, but nothing. The Let's Play is ending because the game is stalling, and I've done everything that can be done in the game. So it's time for something new, and that something new is Satisfactory. Is there just less content in DSP than Factorio? And yes, obviously yes, but that's also expected. But more, that's not so much the problem. Let's turn it off. Well, it's not. Maybe it is. One of them is that I have gotten to the point where I can't really run the game anymore, and I've gotten to the point where I have built as large of a science factory as you could possibly imagine, and as large a launching facility as you can imagine, and there isn't really anything left except just doing more of the same. So it's good to get some distance, wait for some new changes to come in, wait for sort of come in with fresh perspective. If that's in 1 month or 2 months, it doesn't matter, but it's definitely it's going to be nice. It's the same as with Satisfactory. I haven't played it for a year, almost 9 months or so, and it's time to come back. Oh no! If we're using the analogy of the crazy girlfriend, she's calling me back 9 months after I saw her last time. That is a suspicious amount of time since the last time I saw her. I wonder. Well, that's not good. Child support checks. Oh yes, definitely child support checks. Will I start a new base? I'll absolutely start a new base. The best part of the game is the early game. Early game is so well crafted and so enjoyable. So it also means that you will need to be here on Tuesday at 8 p.m. when I start the new series, because the first thing that we'll do is going to be the vote on our starting location. There are 4 starting locations, I believe. Hey Lorenzo. What's that? What's the best platform to support you on? It doesn't matter. I mean, the best platform is Patreon, and you are already supporting me there. It's, as someone else said, that it should be possible for me to claim some kind of tax exemptions, but I don't know. I can try. Missed this. There is no spoon by 90 minutes. Well, then you can play it again, and then you know what to do faster. Yeah. So so that's what we are. That's the big plan for next week. The other plan for next week is on the 19th. I'll be showcasing some. That's Friday next week. I'll be releasing some showcase of Evil Genius 2. And based on whether this is something you find interesting and something that sort of, I usually say, resonate with the community, then I'll do more or less of that. Also, maybe slight influence into whether I find it fun or not. That's also kind of important. But I'm going to be just presenting I've never played that kind of game before, but it seems to be a reskin of Dungeon Keeper, and I played a lot of that back in the days. So yeah. Can you make a time lapse of the Dyson Sphere on the black hole? I can, but there's a lot of things that you can do. I have spent 8 hours today just stockpiling rockets, redoing everything I did during the stream yesterday because I had to. So that's been my entire day. That's why there's been no YouTube video up, because I was just gonna take a nice relaxing Sunday and I was just gonna do a little tutorial and then nothing else. And then suddenly it was like, oh, I gotta stream in half an hour. I've been doing nothing but just looking at the stupid rockets accruing, more or less. Also watching a bit of LEC, League of Legends. So just wanted the nice relaxing Sunday, and it ended up being like preparing. So that's what I'm set by. I might have broken my save because I am now in a state where I do not have a Dyson sphere around the black hole. My first game there is no spoon. I missed by 5 minutes. I reloaded my save at an earlier, like 4 times to get it faster, but I couldn't. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's rough. Okay, so yeah. So that means next week, no Dyson sphere after Monday, and Satisfactory coming Tuesday, and then some showcase of Evil Genius on Friday, and then that's basically the new stuff that's coming. Good. Ready to go into the game? And let me get all my overlays. Oh dear. That's one hell of a distraction, isn't it?
More shall gather. More shall enter the fray.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo Lewis, and welcome to the highest echelons of the masters of the path. It's a very small and very exclusive club there is there. Thank you so much. So yeah. And Timbo, at least I know the issue now, aka don't open the list. Right, yeah, that's I got that. Yeah, thank you so much, Lorenzo. You were already a generous supporter, both on here and there and everywhere. Yeah, Timbo, I love that. That is spoken like a true developer. A true developer goes like, it's like, excuse me, there is a bug. I was like, yeah, I found the cause. Don't do the stuff that made you find the bug. Yeah, but the bug is still there. Well, not if you don't provoke it. Then if you can't see it, it's not there. But, well. Oh, Lorenzo, don't worry. I am not going to be upset in any way. Thank you, Caster, for the 1,000 bits. Cheers to the generous patron. Cheers indeed. Lorenzo, but then you still, that was still a tier 3 sub. Yeah, my elbow hurts when I do this. Yeah, then don't do it. But considerably, yeah. But I'm not adding it. Yeah, just watch a few of your beginner YouTube vids. I'm here watching, just like, oh yeah, this is a bit more than just a beginner thing. So just recapping what we were doing last time. Oh, hello Draco, thank you for the 200 bits, and also thank you for the reaching out on Twitter. And I'm sorry, I don't think I was particularly polite. I was just like, shoot answers away all sorts of direction, and that was not maybe so. So if you found me a bit blunt, then I'm sorry about that.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
Orlando for the 25, and Clueless Noob, thank you for the 4 months. Hello, Castor. I guess you're back with the 2,000 more bits for the choo-choo. Hey, Godnate, didn't you just sub like before the stream started? How can you sub before the stream started and then again now? It's all confusing. But again, with Prime, yes, I just switched it over. Yeah, but I don't know. Yay! It adds to the hype chain. That's always nice. And Barthak, thank you for the 200 bits. Joining in. I don't know. Barthak, do you have all the badges by now? I'm pretty sure you do. D-Gogo, thank you for the 9 months. Just switch to you switch to a normal sub. Yeah, but if you switch to a normal sub, why are you subbing with Prime now? Or you sub with Prime and then you switch to the other one, but then you throw your announcement for Prime. I don't know. That you made a mistake while signaling right after the copper stacker. Shouldn't the rail signal there be a change signal? All right, well, Jasper, that's oddly specific. After the copper stacker, that's the copper stacker. Is that the one? And then I have a change signal here. Signal after the copper stacker. Shouldn't the rail signal there be a change signal? That one should be chained. That one. Both yes and no. Because it's... When a train is stuck here, and there are change signals all the way over here, then... Oh, hello, Sabaton. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Cheers, thank you. Shouldn't be blowing.
You have returned.
Timbo, if you are here, still here, I'm curious. This is just, I'm always curious about the explanation for the error that I just found when you sort of find it. So if you want to, I'd like to know. If you don't want to share it here, then I'd like to know in the private sub. Just, this is always something I've always just I've always enjoyed when working with developers to have explanations of features and bugs and fixes, so you get a better understanding and about like, oh yeah, it was just some silly thing. Like, no, but try to explain it, because then you get like, oh, it's because of some continuity and some things and some, I don't know. It could be all sorts of weird things, and I just find it really interesting to know, like, okay, so you get a bit more understanding of how things are connected. Thank you, Cerillion, for the 500, and A Warren with the 1,000. So far it's Sabatron with 5 subs and Castor with 3k bits. Ooh. Cannot handle a list greater than 20 entries, which is name plus comma, and then display them. So I have to work around. Oh, okay. Yeah. Interesting. So that's the why the error threw the error that was 21 is greater than 20. And I was like, well, yes. But I did say that I thought it was something that was just an array that was out of bounds or something. Trying to put 21 records into a 20 record list. Hey, Vichu! He's still alive, still around. Good to see you. Thank you for the 26 months of tier 3. Alright, I was trying to... Oh, and we just managed to get a level 2 hype train. Alright, so I was trying to explain this one. Why there is an argument for having a change signal here, and why there's an argument for not having a change signal here. You wouldn't want a train to leave the station unless it can make it all the way through, right? Yeah, see, that's... Generally, I would completely agree with you. However, if the train is stuck here, and then it has to clear all the way in here, then that means amount of travel time. And it's not going to go in here and block anything. Worst case is, it goes here, and then gets stuck here. But the thing is, the way this is designed, it's not going to get stuck. It's just going to go here, waiting for something to go out, because nothing will block this intersection, if I've done it correctly, which means that I'll never have a situation where I get into a deadlock here, I think. But what I can win by it is by having the train start leaving here, because it can go all the way to the signal, and then by the time it has moved over here, the other train has left the station, and therefore it's going to be much smoother transitioning in here, and there's going to be a less time for shifting stations. That's the upside of it. The downside is that it goes sort of against the principles that you don't want to go in and sort of not being able to clear the signals. since it's such a short time, and I don't think I know this is not going to be time critical, so I'm just going to do it the consistent, correct way. It'll block the red circuits. It'll block the red circuits for how long? A maximum of 3 to 5 seconds. Let's call it maximum of 10 seconds. That's the absolute maximum. So if that's the case, then I'd say the hypothetical worst case scenario is delaying a train going to the red circuits for 10 seconds. I don't feel that's particularly bad. On the other hand, the potential upside is that every single train will be slightly faster going in. That's also not a big upside. So it's like a small downside versus a small upside. I don't really feel, but the thing is, if my framing was that it shouldn't cause any jams or deadlocks. So let's play it safe, because winning a couple of seconds on the transfer of trains is not worth potentially getting deadlocked. Cool. Sabaton, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. All right. Wow, 10 more gift subs. Woo. Wow, that's so nice of you. And then I guess in 10 minutes you'll be like, all right, I'm going to leave you for tonight. Take care. Just coming in here, just blasting away and then leaving. Ooh, change of color. 250 gift subs. That is crazy. The sharpshooters push it to tier 3. Yes, let's hope that there will be someone who keeps pushing it. But it's better when there's a competition for it. Let's see where we at. 3,700 bits. Yeah. That means 3,200 bits. I mean, it's still possible to snipe caster. A lot of us gifted us up. Thank you. It is technically still possible. Now it's no longer possible. Now, if anyone would want to snipe caster, it would roll over to the next level. Actually, not everyone. Well, one can hope. Right, so our objective. You get a green box now. Yeah. Matches your name. Alright, I am going to hitch a ride on the train. What are we going to do? Hey, Timbo! Woo!
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is great.
So next, Naruto. see, Timbo? 20 rows, not 21. 21 wouldn't work. Thank you so much, Timbo.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Imagine if you leak an error to production, you have to pay penance. It's like the worst contract for a developer. Like, you pay for the server, you pay for the download, you pay for all the customers who couldn't file in their orders on the website because you leaked an error to production. Oh, managers would love this. And they wouldn't have any developers around. Hey, Aurelian, thank you for this 26. Yeah, do I get the profit as well then? Shut up and do the coding, you sloppy heels.
It fills you with determination.
Yeah, that's not how it works, right? Siladan, thank you for the 3 months.
A kind gesture.
Okay, where are we going? We're going out here. And what are we doing? We are actually getting the other train. Because we're going to build some trains, some twacks. That one.
A new subscriber arrives.
I was playing with the save today, and you may have fixed this already, but how is the red build preventing reds going back into the copper train? Because I couldn't find it. Well, it's not working right now, but it's going to be a filtered train. But first I'm going to forget it, and then it's going to mess up, and then I'm going to fix it, and then it's going to work fine. That's how it's going to work. Ooh, Draco, thank you for the 3,303 bits. Not 3,333 bits. Thank you so much. And that puts you in the lead. Nice. I missed the 3. Yeah. It happens. Okay, so our plan is this one is going to go down here. and it's going to go all the way down to this one because that's the closest one we have. So, oh, someone has been editing the.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Oh. Huh.
You have returned.
Just keep filling up this one. But I think we have enough. We can take it down here. We can take it across. And then we can take it down to this one. Yes. How do I do that most efficiently? I don't know. I take a lot of rails here. Alright, I need to remember also the trainage. Hey Murbolg. Thank you. Alright, so situation. Timbo with 20 subs and Draco with 3,303 bits plus probably some more before, right? You also were part of starting it up.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with
there could be an island. There could be an island. That's true. There could be an island. Although it's likely. Alright, so 1 minute if anyone wants to change it. So if Caster, if you want to usurp it, or Sabatron, or someone, a new player. I think we'll build it on this row here. Sabatron, 10 gift subs. You're awesome.
Praise the sub. Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub. A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself.
There you go.
We are building an army.
In for a dime, in for a dollar. Yeah, that's a dangerous proposition. That's the worst part of it, right? Like when two people are competing, then there will always be someone who comes out with a proud silver medal. Hey Grundig, thank you for the 200 bits. Oh, it's actually rolled over to level 4, so we got a bit more time. That means we can get those elusive level 4 emotes.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub. Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
That's not a good idea.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Here.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated. A gleaming endowment.
God, I would overflow. Yeah, Timbo would overflow. He can't. He doesn't work beyond 20. So yeah.
You have returned.
Or he's not sure if he works. But as he said, it's better to avoid the problem than to fix it. Maybe that was a bit of hyperbole what you said, but you just said don't aggravate the error. Null pointer exceptions. Pfft. No thanks.
Subscriber arrives. It fills
there.
You with determination. You have returned.
Looks like I'm actually pretty good on this. Yeah, it doesn't really matter much if I add more here.
Loyalty is greatly
Not really. Doesn't do anything. Good evening, No Afro.
A new subscriber.
They are not connected.
Steal yourself. We are building.
See, this is why it's horrible.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Oh, that's weird. No! Don't steal my stuff. Damn it. Do you have any goals today? No. Not to rage quit. That's my ambitious goal for today.
Praise the sub.
I've learned with this space that setting goals is just completely absurd. Not to die to train. That's also a good goal.
Come, steal yourself.
Yeah, just because some things just take way longer and other things just are somehow faster. But mostly things take way longer.
Our illustrious champion.
Actually, that's not what I want, because at some point I'm going to remove all the other stuff and then I'll keep this around. Okay, so we're down to the 40-second snipe window. If anyone is up for that, then it's a beautiful hype chain with Draco and Sabaton taking a magnificent lead here. Final snipe. Yep, indeed. Although not you walk around. I talked to your dad and you're not allowed to donate. Hey, Draco. Woo-hoo-hoo. With a 999, I enjoy giving random amounts. Keep things interesting. Absolutely. But Lorenzo is also keeping things interesting for sure. Oh, Tipo, careful. Your stack overflowing. And yay, thank you for getting in on the hype train. And Tipo, 10 gift subs. Ah, you sneaky. You are too sneaky. I'm overflowing. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Lorenzo, you earned the 10k bits on those 5k. Wow, you've been gifting subs, I guess. Lorenzo, you got it. You got it.
Praise the sub.
Wow.
You have returned.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Draco. This is not the first time it's happened to you, isn't it? I'm pretty sure you've been out-sniped.
Praise the sub.
Okay, so I'm going to take a save before we break it, because I think it's as long as we have existing players, then I can do it. Right, Timbo? It should be safe as long as it's a regular, but it's only if it's someone we haven't had before that it's going to blow up.
You have returned.
So long as you don't open the leaderboard. Yeah. I just don't really like being in an error state that causes a crash when I'm just running on this. It's all right. I have not added KG, who is a new hype train conductor. I've also not added Cerulean from last time, but I should be safe to add Cerulean, I think, because he's already in the list. But I can't add KG because that's a new one to this, so I'm going to wait with that until we get a new update. See, still works. So as long as it's someone we know, someone who's a regular. Sorry, KG, I know you're just coming in for the first Factorio stream, and then here I am, not. So we're going to add here Cerulean.
Steal yourself. We are building an army.
That was for yesterday. See, it links up with the existing domain in the best possible manner I could find. Boop. All right, and then the level 4 now. So, Timbo, where do you want it? That's also why it was important to make sure that Cerulean got the space that he had deserved before you sort of usurp him. Where do you want to go, Timbo? You've been kind of boxed in a bit here by Cyclops and Barthak on Team Maroon. Hey, Escapables. I did take a save not too long ago. Boxed in as well. You have indeed up here. But you can sneak around, or you can go see if you can break out this way before you get cut off. Yeah, there was a time when it looked like Timbo was going cutting across completely, but now he's not reaching the water anywhere. It's like the worst experience in when you're playing Civilization and you're just planning out to go like, okay, and then then someone comes in, bloop, like, no. Below him, the other lake, that one. Level 4, Saberinos, and what do we call him? We call him that. So gonna be a long way around. Can you place me in the best way to box Timbo? Sure, but don't you already have some? We'll open here. Team asset there. But you have already a domain up here. I mean, you can always get something else, but I thought you wanted to expand your existing domain. So Lorenzo, let's the Timbo game is more fun. Hey, look, it's Cyclops and Castor and Barthak against Timbo. That's totally unfair. Totally unfair. Poor Timbo, and he doesn't even have time to be here. So where do you want it? There, that's a level 4. Like this could be a like this. That's at least a very annoying place that's exactly room 4. Or is there somewhere else you wanted it instead? Or do you want to box it off like that one? Hey, why do you think Timbo just made sure that there can be no more new conductors? That's Timbo just preventing new competition from coming in. And soon it'll be like, oh, sorry, you can't have more than 100 tiles. Boop. Okay. And I click. Still working. Duran, Barthak, Timbo, Castor, Cerulean, Anon, Draco, Ningmaster, Kotlik, Crowning, Cyclops. Oh, you're down here, Lorenzo. How? That seems weird, doesn't it? No, oh, it was 16 tiles. Yes, 16 tiles. Whew. I'm gonna take a save again. I'm just don't feel super comfortable right now since I've had one Crasherino. Is there a prize for being number 1 on the leaderboard? For me, there is a prize, if that counts. In TY, you show train stops in limit. It will be actually. I have. I'm just not really sure what. Can you just try rephrasing the question? I'm not really sure what you mean by that question. Sorry. Price yes, price no. Yep. Well put. And then we're gonna get a corner. That's a weird corner. I should have a proper corner. That's a proper corner. We can take that. Oops, what are we not having? And this is on a separate network, so I can't even get down here even if I wanted to. So you show how to create train stops based on train signals. Yes, I have a masterclass on how the train limits work, and then I also have in the recent one about the tileable mining outpost. I also go through it a bit more detail in a practical implementation. Yeah, don't you put the corner? I should put the corner, shouldn't I? I really should put the corner in here. Especially instead of this one, which is completely useless, that I don't need at all. And this one, which is even more useless. And I'll call... What are the other ones called? I'll call this a U and a rail. And this one I'll call a L and rail. That makes sense. Now I'm just out of everything here. No. Here. And where do we have a copper outpost? This that's a copper outpost, sort of worth something. We'll take that one. This seems okay, but this seems better, right? It seems... I think this is better. Landfilling stopped. Good. Good spot. Hey, I keep forgetting this. It's just one of those things. It's gotta stay on top of it. And whoops, now they start filling in the other one. So I'll fill this one in. I have a stupid... I was stupid asking something during the hype train, so I'll ask again. No, you're not stupid, but maybe that's just not the timing. Try again. Yes. Am I wrong? Or does the station at the copper stacker may be a problem? If a train assigned to the green circuit waits at the station, a train assigned to the red is stuck behind it. No, it's correct, but there is a solution to it, and that solution hasn't been implemented. So it's a really good spot. So I'm just trying to, now that I think I got it. Hello, Gunther. Just to explain the problem. So here, this one will service both red and greens with copper. So the idea is, the question is, when a train comes here, it'll go up to the station, and this is assigned to the green one. But what about if the red one opens and this one's still stuck? Then the red one can't go out here. The solution is that these stops, I don't think it's implemented. Oh, it is implemented. They have the same name. No, they don't. They should have the same name. That one should actually be a... There. That's not working. There. Because that means that's the way to alleviate that problem. It will now no longer be an issue. So Jan, do you... It's a good spot, and it is correct that it that with the current implementation there was a problem, but this was the intention all along. I just hadn't implemented it. Cool, good spot, very good spot actually. Quite impressed by some of the things that are spotted in chat. I think the signal above the red and green circuit stacker. Red and green circuit stacker. Red and green circuit stacker. Like these? What do you mean by red and green circuit stacker? Which one is that? I don't know which. See, above the red and green. You could play since blueprints can now. You could place blueprints all over like yes. Left hand stacker. I don't know. Hey Skippy, thank you for the 22 months. This one. Oh, right. Okay, so the copper. This one was blinking. Yeah, that's because it's deconstructed, marked for deconstruction. So it's just not working. Since we don't build with your mindset, same way a movie critic can spot problems in a plot, a director may not. Yeah, I think this is actually one of the things that. It's one of my pet peeves. It's also kind of a hobby of mine, like finding inconsistencies in movies, and it's so difficult to explain to people who do not feel the same way. But I have this. So sometimes you watch a movie or a TV show, and you're gonna be like, hold on. He just ejected the clip. Or the magazine. I'm not really sure which one it is. It's probably the clip. The clip. And then he's like unarmed. But he's not unarmed. Because he loaded it. So now there's one in the chamber. So he can actually shoot. Okay, so I'm in this mindset. And then the movie just didn't respect that fact. That's how guns work. When you rack it, you put a bullet in the chamber. And when you eject the clip, it's still in the chamber. So you're like, sometimes those are like really specific ones who just came to my mind, or like those kind of things where you're seeing something and you go like, oh, I got it, and then you go like, no, this is probably just an error. And then if that happens too often, then I go like, yeah, whatever. They'll just teleport and they'll just magic their way out of it, whatever. And then I just lose interest if it's not consistent. If a movie is clever, it has. I mean, who cares about continuity errors in Marvel movies, because they're just one big continuity error. So who cares? But if a movie is serious about sort of a mystery plot or something, then you gotta pay attention to the details and go like, hold on, this guy said he was going there, and that's definitely at least a flight away. So if he flew there, he can't be back by the weekend for this thing. So clearly he has an alibi. So he's not the murderer. Oh, he is the murderer. Okay, they just teleported him. Damn it. Those are the kind of things where like I love when you have a movie where you're like, that's suspicious. Like, what can we find movies where you notice something and it actually turns out, like a classic case is Sixth Sense, right? You get a sense that, I mean, we can all like, oh yeah, of course I saw it coming. I did not see it coming, but it was like this spider sense was tingling all the way through the movie. I was just like, there's something wrong. Why is the dialogue so weird? And so you get like this half sensation. The same with Fight Club. It was also like with watching Fight Club for the first time. You also have like, there's just something off about this. American education at its best. I took a high school course where finding those errors and plot holes in movies was the entire course. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds really good. That sounds nice. It is when people point out the Eagles as a plot hole. No, it's. I still think the Eagles are the eagles are just magical and they can do everything. And then there's nothing in any of the canon material that explains why they couldn't be there. It's fans protecting the the IP and go like, no, because it's Sauron would shoot them out of the sky. Well, there's nothing saying that. Most likely, they didn't bother. Lord of the Rings has so many holes in it. So many things were like, but that the sequence of events is just all wrong. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, like there is a place in Lord of the Rings where there's a reference to steam to. I think it's a locomotive or a steam engine or something where it's like, whoa, that's an anachronism. I think it's some of the lore thing for the hobbits where they're like making as much noise as a steam engine. I was like, whoop, that's an anachronism because that doesn't exist. No, it just shoots him with the eye laser. Pew pew pew. Shoot down with arrows. Not really seem to be bothered much about arrows anywhere else, and orc are not exactly master bowmen, and clearly they can take on the Nazgul in a fight. So it's like, yeah, they're pretty damn powerful. Yeah, blood holes are great, but also like if you want a movie, like this is why I love time traveling movies, because time traveling movies are basically putting themselves to a way higher standard than any other movie, because they will go like, you have to know everything, you have to spot everything, you have to wonder why things are. That's why I love time traveling movies, because the standard for just finding holes is they are basically challenging their audience to go like, did you see it? Every good time traveling movie has that, where you go, you've already been told everything you need to know, but you just didn't see it. Have you watched Tenet? Yes, I watched Tenet. I'm not going to spoil it. I have a feeling that if I watched it again, it would just fall completely apart. There are just some mechanics, like the whole thing about oxygen and moving backwards, that seems haphazardly implemented. Whereas like, that's not consistent. I don't think it's consistent. Primer is a pretty solid time travel movie. It's not a pretty solid. It's the gold standard of time travel movie. I have been looking at this stupid thing, just wondering how I would rotate it. I don't think it's that impossible to do. I could have just. I think maybe it's actually better this way. That's pretty good. One up might be even better. Yeah, this is way better. Cool. And they have to be out there, so I have to. Cool. Let's do that. Boop. Please start just chatting streams about movie plot holes. That would be fun. I'd love to do those kind of things. I mean, in all seriousness, I think that there's so many things that just a movie watching club where we are watching it and then just tearing it apart. Yeah. If someone is watching Primer and looking at their phone, politely but firmly ask them to leave. Yeah. That's unless it's because they've opened this 99-page document with the explanation of how the time travel actually works in the movie. Then it might be okay because they're watching it for the third time and they're just looking like, so going back, and that's errand 2 going back, and that, okay, no, it's errand 3. Okay, so in that case it might be okay for them to look at. Hey, look at that, it works. Would a good masterclass be on how to design your own mall? No. I'm sure there are simulation games out there where you can build a mall and just populate it with teenage girls and suburban housewives, but those are not the kind of games that I'm into. I'm more into the logistics genre. It's all right, but I mean, it's totally all right. But I'm still gonna be giving you a hard time about it. I'm not your hobby, Patrick. That's for sure. Or maybe, who knows? Yeah, this is ugly, but I don't think I can do anything about it. It's gonna conflict with the other one. Yeah, so Jason, in all seriousness, no, I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it's interesting to make because basically, why would I have a guide on how to design something when I already have the answer to the design? That then it just seems like I'm going to teach you how to do the stuff that I already done. I mean, kind of go like, yeah, that's kind of how teaching works, but yeah. No. And maybe? No. Okay, we're gonna go back and get some replacement. Okay, let's see what we're missing. A lot of modules, a lot of this, a lot of that, a lot of this, a lot of that. Cool, let's run. You've lost an hour today because of daylight saving. Have a good evening. Why have you? It's not. Is it daylight saving now? Oh, I didn't even notice. Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean you set the clock forward? So I lost an hour. Oh, in the US. Okay, so I have not lost an hour yet. Basic math and ratios. Problem. See, I get asked that a lot. Ballooning, and it's the same with Dyson's program. Like, oh, can you just do a how to do ratios? It's like, it's not, the math is not different than ordinary math. It's just you take this number and you multiply by that number, and then you see if it's larger than lower than 30 in DSP or 45 in Factorio, and then you kind of balance it out from there. Oh, landfill. The landfill brigade forgot to warn me. Where is my train? It's up there. Oh, all the way. As a programmer, I hate time. As a human being, I hate time. Oh, that sucks. We should have sent you home. Yeah, kind of, maybe. Ugh. Okay. Let's bring in this one. Any C block in the future? Nope. I don't expect so. I mean, never say never, but I have no intention of it. I don't have the patience for those big mod packs, and you don't have the patience either. So it's it's just proven that heavily modded series just don't really command the same viewership as a more lightly modded, because it's so hard to come into stream number 25 of a C block if you're unfamiliar, and you come in and you go, I have no idea what's going on, and you're going to be lost, and then you leave again, and then you go watch someone else. And in this case, someone who's coming in here for the first time will still be understanding what's going on, and then can ask the specific questions about what the hell is all this ugly coloring thing. But aside from this, they can recognize that it's green circuits and red circuits and copper and iron, and yeah, okay, it's maybe just a weird way I've decided to build things. But aside from that, it's pretty, yeah. So it's, especially because a C block series is 500 hours, and I'm not gonna invest 500 hours of playtime on something where I can just see that in the beginning it's gonna be super hype and lots of interest, and then it's just gonna go steadily down, and in the end I'm just gonna streaming for the moderators who just show up just because they're kind, and the people who use it as who listen to my soporific voice just for sleep therapy. They'll be the only ones in chat still. So, short break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, we are back. Now, you are going to help me with a dilemma. I am not going to mention any names because that would be impolite and potentially, no, it's not. It wouldn't be against GDPR. But let's hypothetically say you have developers. You have developers who are delivering a piece of code to your product, and you take great pride in this product, and it's a small little thing that you want fixed, and your trusty developer comes back with the following statement: fixes a load of stuff. Do you deploy it to the server immediately while you're running production environments, or do you maybe test it between streams and implement it? I mean, we're not going to mention any names. Should we have a poll on that one? On seeing includes, okay, here's the kicker. Includes GUI rework and many other fixes. I'm not mentioning any names. Includes GUI rework and many other fixes. So should we have a little poll of saying direct to production or test it before? We're not mentioning the names. It's purely hypothetical scenario. I know why. Yeah. There's no way to test outside of production. Just impossible. Yes, that is spoken like a true developer. Like, yeah, we don't have a QA system, and it's still not correct. Like, well, if your QA system is not useful for testing, maybe spend some time fixing the QA system instead of deploying to production. Thank you very much. I think that was all we needed. Maybe a few. Nah, we have 41 radars. Oh, I've said, did you? No. No, 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 no. There's nothing about too many fixes, at least not yet. This hypothetical person. Nah, we'll we'll leave it where it is. Just thought it was fun. Like, oh, it's just a small fix. It includes lots of fixes and GUI rework. Like, yeah, I know those kind of small fixes. I did it, but not on Discord. Oh, right, on your own machine. What? Why are you flying out there? Oh, I lost my robots. Custom production system that 3K gunners are using. My boss got a call for him. Good. At least your boss knows your name now. I remember just the whole topic of the boss knows your name. On my first job, just graduated from college, got my dream job. I got employed on a Wednesday, and on Friday was the Christmas dinner. Christmas dinners in Denmark are usually pretty crazy, and I don't really eat lunch. So when we started drinking at 1 in the afternoon, I was pretty hammered. I didn't know anyone at that place, so we went out bowling, and apparently I stole some bowling shoes that I wore the rest of the evening. There was a stand-up comedian who I heckled, so he left. And I got so drunk that me and the sales director at 9:15 were passed out outside the restaurant. So, needless to say, on Monday everyone knew my name. Like, see, there is no such thing as bad marketing. I remember coming home, and then the next day when I was just hungover, and my girlfriend at the time was like, "Oh, was it late?" Yeah, it was really late. It's like, I don't think it was late. Oh yeah, it was really late. I'm like looking at the taxi receipt, like, no, it was 10 o'clock. Yeah, it was not late. You heckled the comedian and he left. Yes. I have no idea what was going on. It was because I was deliberate that I was only drinking beer, but someone had put schnapps in my beer, and for some reason I couldn't taste that because I was already. So I was just chugging those down because it was only beer, and that's fine. I don't get drunk from beer. Right? Good evening, Mark. Hey, Tallman. I feel old. Nothing I can do to alleviate that sensation, I think. Could be young at heart. The only thing you can take solace is that it's too late to die young. If that's a good thing. Let's see what we call the other ones. Yeah, we call this something really complicated. And then copper instead. Two. Ta-da! This is powered. All of this is done. And where do we want the next one? I really would like to have it like, no, there. Landfill. Yes. Will do. How are we doing on the landfill? Time for another round of that one. Not that I actually need to landfill it anymore. Actually, I don't need to landfill it anymore. We're done landfilling. Do you think it's possible to build a base without ever placing belts? Yes, it is. It's just tedious. I can't imagine anything that would require belts, but I don't think it would be particularly fun experience. You would heavily rely on trains, obviously. Like mining directly into trains. Basically do what I do. Like, if you look at this, like mining directly into trains, smelting directly. There are a few belts, but they're not technically needed. Like all of this, no trains going up here. No trains going up here. No belts. No belts here going in here. And then this is then where we start seeing the belts. So. What? Give up on my secret identity? What? It would not be really good for UPS. It actually wouldn't. Okay, so we now have the things we need, and we only have 4 down here. And we forgot to build, actually 4 down here. No, okay, there's lots and lots of... okay. We have lots of rail signals, so that's good. So we do have some rail signals here. Boop, boop. And I can then take this distance. Of course, it's always the other way around. And that's fine. Okay, that's good. Now the next thing we want to do is more trains. That means I need to summon my my friend. Twit twit. Where do I put the trains? I think I'll just put them in here. That's probably the best place. I should be able to make one. Come on, Fueltron. Could you repeat the debug name to show the robots on map, please? Yes, it's not a debug anymore because I feel that it's reasonable for me to take credit for this, because I really feel that I was the one popularizing the fact that these 3 things, these 3 debug options, you had to enable that. And now they were in 1.0, they were taken out of the debug options and made into just exactly the 3 that I'd been advocating to always enable. Yeah, so pretty simple, and it's very nice. But why has the research stopped? Oh, it hasn't stopped, it's just bad. So, I mean, I only have red and greens. I have 10,000 red signs and 9,000 green signs and 0 blue signs and 0 all the other signs. So, yeah, until I have all of them, it's just going to be idle. I mean, just going to be like slow. Alright, so let me see if I can figure it out. First, it goes to the stacker. Without any conditions, just go through it. Then it goes to the drop-off, where it goes until empty, and then it goes to the one that it can't see right now, that one, where it loads up to copper is equal to or greater than 16,000, and that one full. That's the sequence. No. No, 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 no. Because what happens when a train goes in here and then it wants to go out, but it can't go out because these three are all occupied? What happens? It gets stuck and it stays in the station until it can go out. That's not intentional. I wanted actually to go in here and just file into the lanes here and just get stuck there instead. Huh? So I kind of want that exit one as well. So that after it's done unloading, whether it unloads here or here, then I want to force it through this location. Ooh, that's a bad location, isn't it? Shouldn't that location actually be right there? Oh, I'm not smelting the copper. Oh my god, why is it always copper? Why do I never smelt copper? Oh man, I mean, just what is with me and not smelting copper? Why do I not just why? Just why? I don't want all of this. Boo. Okay. So I'd like to build it opposite of this one, so it kind of makes sense. Like if I can make it go out here and down, that would be super nice. So please make it work. Oh yeah. Yes, please. That kind of works, except for the distances. But that's okay. We'll just delete everything here. And that one is the outbound. And then I like to have it aligned. Might not be so bad, this one. And then from there I can take one of these unloaders and go sort of stack it back. And this one, you know what, I'll send you home and then bring another one in. Go home, go to the station, and that one. That's a lot of things not working here. A few more things that can be put up, but that's it.
Our illustrious champion
Daniel
returns.
Kalovi, thank you for the 6 months. And waiting for the next train. And you know what? I'm also going to summon this string. With those kind of mods, it adds... Oh, okay. That one we need. This one we always need way more of than I think and like. Probably need these, since that's kind of what we do. Maybe we need a few of these. I don't know. We definitely need all of this and all of it. And oh, all of this. Yes, indeed. And also all of this. Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, you go back home. I don't need you anymore. That is so nice that we can just like pick up like massive amounts of things and just go in here and fly, build, do stuff. Good ways. Figure out what items you want, then group them by input. Yeah. Huh. Let's try and figure out what we're missing now. We're missing lots of modules, lots of beacons, lots of some inserters, a few. Okay, but then it's mainly. Mainly this one. Oops. I'll take a few of these, and then we'll take a lot of this, and maybe some of this. Anything else? Oh yeah, we'll take these out while we're at it, so we can get started on that craziness. I don't really need to take these. Come on in. Are you scaling up the copper any, or is this big enough to serve red-green? I think it's big enough to serve red-green. I don't really need a lot of red-green. I need 319 per second, and each of the mining operations, it gives me 160, so with 4 of them I should be good to go. I think. Okay, what are we now missing? We're missing some inserters and some beacons, and then of course some modules to go into the beacons. But while I have a lot of the other stuff in my inventory, I might as well take this one. Isn't that... maybe I should have tried it before putting it in. It's not correct. Why is it slightly different? Undo. Why? Oh well. We'll do this. Yep. And then we need better names. Oh dear, names are horrible in this setup. That's the name, I guess. Yes. That's the copper into the... Right? Copper ore into copper, plates into green and red and into blue. Yes. And this one will then be slightly simpler. That'll be the same as this, except they will not have this one, but they will have that one. For some reason, I think that's correct. And I think it's also still more correct that they have a slash, because they are going... What did I do? Oh. Yes, let's see. Because it's actually going into both. That means these ones are also technically incorrect, because it doesn't go into green to red. It goes into green and red. Subtle difference. And this one is going to be called the same as the other one. The same as that one. Except something different. I'm super consistent on my naming, except it's so difficult to figure out. But it is correct, I think. But it is not simple. Yeah, the stacker still needs to have a better name as well. Has to be this one, right? Yeah. But with copper. It's completely intuitive. Ta-da! Shouldn't you have to update the old names then? Maybe. But I do have a suspicion that I'm going to change this name at some point. Because I get lost in it, so... Right, there was a reason why I wanted this naming. Is because I don't want to... When I have iron going into two different places... Or I'll have iron going into many different places. Then I want to separate them by the science. And then I realized, oh, you know what? I just have to separate them by the product, because I both have some iron inbound here and some iron inbound here. And they're not actually the same. Do I need this one? I don't think so. Loved your content since forever. Started regularly using Twitch just for your Factorio streams. Nice. They're welcome. Yeah, okay. It can't be correct to have them this close to each other anyway. Here. And I'll take... And then this just magically fits together, right? Almost. Ah, damn it. So close, and yet completely not correct. So which one do we change? I think it'll be less suspicious if we change this one. No one will know that. There. I'm just checking to see if things look correct. That goes in here. And now we have the whole area. All we need is some modules and beacons. Is that what I've summoned up here? Yes. So let's go up there. Well, that's all right. I mean, maybe I would have missed it if you hadn't said missed it. Then I was like, missed what? Yeah, it's fine. Should be enough. And then once I've done with all of these things, then I'll actually take a trip back first, because then I'll clean out all my inventory and then come back and just place the trains. Oh, did I not even have enough of those? Ah, I thought I had. How many do we need? Oh, we also forgot the other one. Okay, never mind. 144. Why so many power lines? Is that for grid or safety? None of it. It's just... It's because then it's my city block pattern that kind of is there. These are ones. Yes. And these. Yes. Go. You can go... yeah, you go back. That should do it. Oh, and I think this one has been... Yeah, this is... Where did I copy this from? Because wherever I copied it from is definitely a mistake. Ah, but it's a mistake that sucks to fix, right? Because up here... Yeah. These are now full of... Oh, okay, they're only full of 50. 50? Really? And also here they're full of something. Okay. So now everything is ready. The only thing we miss is just some trains. And now we will start by getting the trains that get... Oh, hold on. So these ones already have it. This one, now that I don't need any more train... No, first I'm going to fire them all up. And then I'm going to change this one to be the refueling signal, right? This one will be refueling here. This one will refuel these two and that one. No, this one will never need to be refueled because the green ones will be refueled here and the iron and copper will be refueled here. So this one will go in here and refuel that location when it's done serving its purpose. And this one will be extended as well. Good. And what does that mean? That means I can just start making some trains. Come along. I guess it has to be down here. I have no idea how many that is. 16. Alright, so what is this now? This should be much simpler now. So we'll try again. First it goes to a stacker. Then it goes to this one where it unloads everything. Then it goes to the first here where it goes up to 16,000. And the second one. No. Does this look correct? Should I start removing Roboport landfill Roboports? I might. Maybe that's a good idea. Hold on. Not yet. I just want just enough so that I can get the next level of radars in, and then I'll do it. Then I'll do it. I think this is fine. I have no clue, but first I'm gonna copy it. So no outbound wait station. That's a good point. Nope, not for this one. No. I think I need it here, but I don't think I need it here. For some reason. Yeah, correct. Did I get the blueprint? No, I didn't. Important to deselect those so you don't actually build more signals. I've had that issue before. Go. I think that Tony Tornado, that's just one of those things, right? One of those things where something that's equal to is just always more fragile than something that's equal to or greater than. Why are 2 iron ore trains stuck at ore and not at stacker? That's a really good point. Because this one has its ass hanging out. Yeah, that's kind of important. Nope. Oh, this is bad because now this one's stuck. Ah, man, missing 2 of those, which is now blocking the trains. Okay, I'm gonna go. Good afternoon, Venomok. Let me just check here. Let me stand on tracks and fix it. Is that working? It is working. Nice. So, stand still. And now this one can go in. Whew. That was a really good spot again. Who was it? Vitis, thank you for spotting that. It was a good spot. And you go home. That means the other copy-pasted stacker has the same issue. No, actually not, because I actually lengthened this one by 1 tile when we placed it, so it should not have the same problem, actually, weirdly enough. Let's see if this one is working. Yep. They now started on the loading of the second part. 20,000. 16,000 has just moved. We just saw it moving. I do not have enough for 1 more train, so it is unfortunately time to go home. Oh, actually we can just go up here. And there. And we should at least have 4 trains coming in here. Why is this one? Oh, right. It's because it's already allocated to that one. So my point is that this is actually open. That means it'll go in here and wait at this point, thinking that it can go into this one. So it'll just go here and wait because there's just something blocking the station. So I don't need the waiting station for this because it will try to go into this one. So it'll park here until any one of these move. And then it'll work perfectly, I think. Here. Let's get rid of all of my inventory. What about the place when I copied the paste from? Yes, that's actually weird because this seems to work. Right? This one seems to work. So this has the same problem. Yeah, this is definitely the same problem. I think it's about sort of the turn because this one is actually very far away. You can see how much it's actually away from the signal. I think it should be moving up, but it's not. If it was moving up, it would work. So the act of, yeah, they might not be consistent. If I look at this. Okay, so they... I think they're identical, except that this is better than that. I have no explanation. Anything else I don't want? That one is not a blueprint I want to save. That's not a blueprint I want to save. That one's probably not necessary. That one's also probably a bit excessive. Yeah. Can't imagine I would want that. Anything else I have too much of? That's probably fine. Definitely 200 of these is extremely too much. How many do I need? I need 2 per wagon times 8. That's 16 times 4. 16 times 4 is 40, 80, 64. So I just get 100. Doesn't matter if it's 64 or 100. It'll be the same. You are good. Yes. Happy Pi Day. Is it Pi Day today? Oh yeah, it is. Why you didn't upload any videos to YouTube today? See, I don't know if the tone of voice was correct, but that's how it sounded to me. I don't think I am obligated to upload videos to YouTube every day. Pretty sure I don't have to. Bleep, 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 bleep. Oh no. Oh no. Undo. Let's let this one come through and then actually see if it works. There. I think we'll throw 8 in there. A gleaming endowment. Childa, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Very nice of you. It was nothing. Oh, I owe you everything. I owe you everything. If it wasn't for you, I would be stuck in a corporate hellhole. You do not really seem to respect my boundaries, do you? Dear train. Oh, no, they connected. If only there was an option to disconnect rolling stock. No. How does it work? Why does it connect? How do I disconnect rolling stock? Ah! I was so happy that I thought I could actually use that feature for something, but alas, it was not meant to be. And thank you, Mark de Jonge, for 13 months. And Chaos, K-O-S-O-C. There. That is, I have no idea, 5 maybe? Oh, hey, Cerulean. It's been the talk of war train class. Yeah. 5. Okay, we'll keep going. No, we won't keep going because I need to get a train in here. That one. Go. V. Oh, it was V. Ah, okay. It's not the most commonly used shortcut. Hey, PJR and Barthak with 200 each. Thank you. Just
a kind gesture.
cheering on another little hype train. Ah. Come on, train. Where are you? Is that... That's really far away. Wow, that takes a while to get here. Did you put filters on the train carriage? Nope, I didn't. I don't think I need to. These... No, I don't need to. Not these ones. Only the next ones, but good point.
A kind gesture.
Pasta Luki? Luki? I don't know. Maybe. Thank you for the 300 bits. Come on, train. You should stand on the tracks to see better than the train coming. Yeah, that's the best way. If you're waiting for a train to get there, then you can always just stand on the tracks. That's the best way to make sure that a train will get there. Yeah, disconnect rolling stock is... We better give it a shorter shortcut. Yeah, well, the reason, of course, is historic. It's been there for longer. It's still... This is such an annoying number. I exactly get not enough to start the next one. Alright, so this is number 6. Alright, our level 1 hype train. I'm not going to hype it as much because we already have a beautiful hype train, but it's okay to mention that it's still there. Where's the situation? Situation is Chaos with 1 sub is taking this the lead here on this hype train, and it's Shilda, maybe? Kilda with the 1k bit. I hope someone's overbidding because I can't. Hey, Cerulean. You're a master of sniping those.
Is greatly appreciated.
Level 1 is completed. Yeah, so that's level 1 complete. That's nice. Then it's at least something. In Childa. Okay. Close. I don't know if it's close enough, but I have... Like all streamers, it's a course we go to be able to butcher usernames adequately.
With determination.
It's a talent all streamers must possess. There. Alright, so I think... How many do we have now? Like too many? 7. I kind of want one more, right? Go back. And...
Our modest fellowship expands.
Get in here.
Praise the sub.
We're just missing 2 more. No, we're not missing anything. Haha. I'll put the last one. 8 is the right number for this, I feel. I love a good username butcher. Good. And, oh, we also need some locomotives. It's the district lack of capital letter that bugs me. For my name, Tony Tornado, the caps makes it easier to read. Yes, the distinct, yeah, absolutely. I'm completely on board with that. I'm always going on a rampage with names that are super intuitive, but have decided to make them really confusing by not capitalizing. Like, for example, Noah Fro. Who is Noah Fro? I mean, Noah is a normal name. And Fro? I don't know. Maybe that's the last name. Noah Fro? Yeah. Until someone goes like, no Afro. That's something completely different. And Vujab, thank you for the 10 months. Alright, so this one is fully stacked, this station. Fully stacked. So I have 4 unloading, 4 loading, and then they'll be going back again. It's a leftover from the days of the printing press. Yes, because it eases the readability. Ah, see, this is what I wanted to show. That they are going to come in here and they're going to be waiting nicely at this point because this one thinks it can go into this one, but it can't. See, now it is assigned to that one because it thinks it can get into that one, but it can't. All right, 2 minutes left on this one. And okay, so I am going to keep throwing some more in here. That will now be significantly more complicated. Do we have anything? Oh, no. You go back, my friend. You go back, my 8-legged friend. Boop. Whoa, where are the locos? I don't know. They're somewhere. And let's go in here and build them. All right, so we are coming up on the last chance. 1K bits or 5 subs for anyone who wants to participate in this hype train, or just participate for that matter. A Warren with 6 subs. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. And Mark de Jonge. Oh no. Oh yes. 11%. Come on. Now I'm going to be like, can we make the last 11%? 11%. 11%. 11%. Barthek. 99. 100. Ah, we're alive again. We're alive again. Yay. The best part is when snipes go over. With a bit of help. With a bit of help from our friends. Thank you, Barthek. There we go. Thank you so much, Mark and Warren. Trying to sneak it in and then just go like, no. We'll keep it going a bit. But hey, you don't want a level 2 hype train. That's much better to win a level. It's 4 times as good to win a level 4 hype train as a level 1 hype train. So think about that. And Childa, thank you for 500 bits more. And okay, so this is the one that I want to.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty.
I want to lock it in.
Appreciated. A gleaming endowment.
Ta-da! Saint Cabbage! Look at that. I saw the bar progressing. Thank you so much, Saint Cabbage, for the 26 months. I'd argue it's better to win a level 1 than to get outbid on a level 4. Yeah, but that's a loser's attitude to have that. It's better to win a level 4 than level 2 than it is to win a level 1. Oh, Skippy, thank you. Also joining you with the 1,000 bits.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Schedule? Why are we saying schedule? Oh my god. Oh, schedule. Oh. I was just having a fight with the Twitch schedule today. Oh yeah, schedule for the train. But Twitch schedule. Twitch has decided that if they now have so you can have recurring events and one-off events. So all the normal ones I've added have been changed to recurring events. Good, that's fine. So I go in and change an event and say, okay, on Tuesday I am going to stream Satisfactory. Tuesday, 8 p.m., repeating every Tuesday, save every Monday at 12 p.m. All right, go in and edit every Tuesday at 8 p.m., save. You said Mondays at 12 p.m., coming right up. How can you? It is the core feature, being able to set a schedule. It's not like a weird hypothetical case where you overflow with something. It's literally the only function you need. The core function of being able to set a schedule is just broken. Just let's add a feature where you can set a schedule, except it can only set it for Monday at 12 p.m. And then you go back and look at the test script and it says the test case is Monday at 12 p.m. And there's a little check mark because that case works. And that's the only case that they tested. Oh. See, here's another name with only one capital letter, but could probably have used a few more. Foulsgeek with 500 bits. And Mark de Jonge, you also have a an acute lack of capital letters. And thank you for the 500 bits. Anyone else have issues with capitalization? Yes, every stream from now on is starting at 12 p.m. on Monday. All of the streams. Yeah, Kitty Magic Chemistry, yep. A random max, exactly, not you. Alright, so a Warren with 6 subs and Mark Younger with 3 bits. 3k bits, yeah, 3 bits. 1 minute left. Alright. Also coming up on the break. Somehow it's always like right up in me. You get busy on Mondays, yeah, I know. Also, especially because I dared take the day off today. Because I didn't release any YouTube videos because I'm scoundrel and horrible. Oh no, Warren, that's going to be dangerous, this one. Thank you for the 6 more gift subs. 30 seconds left. Wow, that's consolidating for sure. In the meantime, I'll try to figure this one out. Or maybe I'll take a break in before figuring this one out. Hey, Mark de Junge with another 1,000 bits. Thank you. Why is it crying? Why are you crying?
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
And it is out. Oh, he picked on his username. Wrong one. Oh, okay. Well done. Thank you. All right. And congrats to Mark de Junge and to A. Warren, who also has, both of them have capital letter deficiency. So, where, my friends, do you want it? Are you going to test in production? Well, you also have one. No, I can't add you. Hey, Warren, I can't add you. Do you really not have a hype train? I can't add you, unfortunately, now. I won't forget you, but I will definitely add you. Mark, I can add. Whoop. There. Yay, Tony Tornado. It works. So, Mark, do you want your next one next to it? Somewhere around the labs. We'll just, I can't get up here, but we'll go, it's kind of hidden, but it's there. So, level 2. And we will then have to remember you, everyone. That's not a problem. It fits here. We'll fill out this next level 2 goes here, for example, or that. Yeah, I'd prefer if they are connected, if at all possible. Unless you want to block in Timbo, then it's kind of an exception to the rule. I needed to do a schedule, but I also needed a break. I think I'll do the schedule afterwards because that might be something I need to just kind of pay attention to. So I could add it here just so it looks like it's working. There. Yeah, it looks better for sort of break timing. All right, oops, and still not. I'll just leave it like this. Okay, I'm going to take a short break, 2-minute break, and then I'll be back. And we're about halfway, so still lots of time for us to get a lot more stuff done today. See you in a bit. All right, welcome back. Thank you for joining this fine evening. Oops. Let's get my overlays up and running again. There. Oh, where am I? I am somewhere in the middle. There. Okay. Let's make sure that we get this train operational. And we check that all of these are now filtered for copper plates. This one. So the first thing it does is go to that one, where it's going to get full. Then it goes out and up towards the stacker. That one, because that's where the copper goes into these two. And then it goes, no condition, just pass through. And then it goes into, this is not correct. One of these is not correct. Slash, 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 slash. And that's a slash. That one is not a slash. Good. So now there should only be the slash option. Yes. Go into this one until empty. And I do not currently have a weighting precision thing. Yes, I do. I do have one there, waiting. And that I need as well. Yes. Oh, let's see. Something with waiting, but it's not visible from here. It's this one. It's waiting until before going in there. Yes. I think maybe perhaps that's correct. That's not how it works actually. I'll have to copy, paste. Yes. Oops. And how many trains do we want of these? 8 again? I think 8 trains is the good. 8 trains. Woohoo. Yeah, well, I'm gonna need to get an upgrade to my PC soon-ish. Well, actually more than soonish, but just good old regular soon. That's something I've been postponing to. I'll do it Monday. I'll do it Monday. And I'm waiting for some fuel as well. Yeah. Except, there was also another thing. Oh, yeah. Taxes. Also have to deal with that. That's also one of those things where luckily during the weekend you can go like, well, I can't do that now, so I'll have to wait until Monday. You did tax. I did my taxes, but I have not reported it. So I've only I've done the calculations. I know what I need to pay in taxes for last year. I just haven't done it yet because I don't want to until the last second. Good. Let's go over here so we can get run over by these trains. It'll start by going in here, and it'll start by going in here. And you will also start by going in there. Let's see how it works. Okay, so that one will probably also go in here. Yes. And the next one will then hopefully continue upwards. Oh, there's a signal that we haven't removed yet. There. Okay, it seems to work. And it goes into the first one. Let's see if it unloads. It does. Lights would have been nice up there. They gave options to postpone taxes. Yeah, I mean, I think here it's basically like you have the first quarter as a private person to report your taxes for last year. But if you are both a private person and a company, then you have until the end of second quarter. So that's why I wait until second quarter. Because if I report it now, they'll be charging me now, and I just don't really feel like that. I'd like to have the illusion that it's my money. Whoop, that's not correct. How is that? That's not the right one. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That one and that one. What? This is incorrect. They're all incorrect. Everything is incorrect. You're supposed to catch this kind of thing. It's all your fault. That one. Right? Yes. Yeah, it's getting further and further away from full. Okay. Ah, see, now the new overlay is super nice. I think that one. Yeah, it was actually nice. Look how easily we found the correct one to fix. Why are you not? If I go to the waiting then. Yes. Hello, Screeper. How's it going? I think it's good. Put a filter on the iron train carriages. No, I didn't. But I don't need to. Do I?
Welcome home.
I don't know. I guess we'll check it out. Hey, Cinetrix. That is certainly someone who does not have a caps lock deficit. No? That could be a problem, to say the least. This is completely foolproof. There's no chance that I have suddenly somehow missed one of them somewhere in the middle, right? How many trains do I have? 2? That doesn't make any sense. Where's the third one? Oh! This is the iron train. Please don't do that to me. Oh, fuck. Go away. Okay, I can do that. I have no idea how to fix it, because now I'm going to be unbalanced in all of this, which is bad. Oh, this is so horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Oh, no. Oh, I don't even know how to fix it. No, drive it to red and unload is the worst. Is the worst thing that I can do, because then it's going to be unbalanced. And I already took out something here, so I'm already. This one wasn't even necessary. Oh shit. Now it's even worse. 3.5 and 2.5. 2.7, 3.0. Date 2. Fuck. Make the train green and fill it. I think that might be the only option to do. I don't like it, but I think that's... That's technically not necessary because it can't really have anything else. This one, I'm just not ready to build the green signs, the green ones yet. Well, okay, I'm gonna leave it here. The problem here is that these ones are fully balanced, and if I don't allow them to either fully load or be exact in every other way, then it's going to get unbalanced because there's no balances here, and the whole thing relies on starting in balance and then not getting out of balance. So if I start sort of messing with the content of the boxes, it's a bad time. So these two are fixed, and I'm going to need one more of those trains. All right, good night, Cerulean. Thank you for your support yet again. And your company, of course. All right, stop that. And that's exactly what I'm not allowed to do. How is that? Copy? And then paste. Yes, paste. I was pressing Control instead of Shift. Psh, noob. Alright. And now I need the schedule. There. And I think 4 of these trains seems like a weird and inaccurate number. Oh, 3 of those is a weird and inaccurate number. So you're going to start by going to the one you're at. Yes. And then I'm going to take another one. There. And that's There. So that's now 5. 4. Oh yeah, 4 because, yeah, I threw one away. Oopsie. That's not it. Here. Surely eventually it gets out of bounds anyway because of a longer trip for one of the trains or something like that. Well, no, because it's going to be... Why would any distance of trains make it? Either the train comes in full or it goes out full. They're always coming in full and they're always leaving empty. That means every wagon has exactly the same inputs and outputs. So, no, I don't see why that should inherently get out of balance. Avdimi, thank you for the Twitch Prime and welcome. And the other side, there. And that is, again, here. Okay, so what we now have, we have what? 6? 5? I'm going to need one more, for sure. And I have enough for one more. Cool. So that's going to go in here. 6 trains seems like a good number for something as modest as this. Where is my friend? Oh, you're there. Oh no, what are you doing here? You should be going home if you don't have anything for me. Lazy. That one is... So now we have 6 allocated to the stop. Yeah, 6 is good. I just keep requesting more out here. We have so many trains we need to build. But we are seeing that issues with our locomotives here. Okay, so that is the iron trains. And the copper train we built. How many copper trains did we build? I don't recall, but something went wrong suddenly. 4. And I need 8 of those. I think that 8 is the right number. Yeah. And these are blocked. Tweet. Yeah, you have your 70? Not yet, but when you do, you come back. Four inbound, 2 inbound. Good, come back. To me. And I have enough for one more train, which could be placed here. And that'll then be 6 in total. And then I should get my refueler up here. Interesting thing, this one can actually, because it's a construction request, they will actually build them themselves. It'll build it itself, right? See? Huh? Although it's not particularly good at it. Oh, and now you can go back again. There. And there. Okay, so that is here. This one is... Okay, it's coming in there for a load. 1, 2, 3, 4. These 2 are being unloaded. They're going to be stuck there for sure. That's not a problem. It might be time for me to start working on the next one. I think I'll make do with just 6 of these trains here. Yeah, let's do 6 on this one. This should be fine. Okay, just pick the random one for each, and then if they are good, then it's at least not a full train I've forgotten. not intentional. And you go back and summon the other one. And now we need to fix or start fixing the green one. So let's look at the green one and make sure that the green one is correct. So the green one will start by going into this station. That seems correct. Why can I not see that station? Because it's closed? It's that one. Stop is inaccessible from this point. That makes no sense, does it? Why? Why is it inaccessible?
You have returned.
Frumius 1, thank you for the return for the second month. Okay, but let's pretend that this one works. And then from here, oops, it goes into this stacker, just passing through. Then it goes into that one. 6 of 12, that doesn't sound good. That means I have some still located at a test location. And then when you're done, you come back and there is no, it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to have any, I think. Okay, so this stop is inaccessible from that location. It's potentially because it is a bit beyond. But it still has the other problem. Are you parked at the station? I don't know. Destination full. No, it's just jammed. Because this destination is not full. It's only having 50,000 and it should go up to more. Okay, I'm going to have to hack it open to just make sure that I can get it in. What the hell's the problem? What is the problem? How can... Why is this train limit 0? Okay, let's figure out. So this one is getting... It has enough green that it should be sending an L signal out. Is it sending an L? Yes. It goes in here. This one says if I is equal to 0. Why is I not equal to 0? I being... the number of trains, the train count for iron trains. Yeah, but you need to stop doing that. Just a second, all right? Because this is the one, this is already reserved. So this one has reserved that up here. But what if I just do that for a second? Then you can go in there. There we go. And I have no idea which one you're supposed to go. You're supposed to go to this one now. Yes. First one. Yeah, start over. Restart level.
You really should should pay more attention to your locomotives.
All right. Well, I guess that's a thing. At least I have a train that can carry me there relatively quick. Beatrix. That reminds me, I really should take... Hey, JNK, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome back. I see that you're... Too many O's on that one. Oh no, we're running out of uranium. Oh no, we're running out. Oh no, oh no. This is now. Oh no, this started at 1.3 million, and now it's down to 700,000. We've used almost a half a million of these. Oh no, we're running out. Oh no, we barely have anything left. Yeah, there we go. That's as much enthusiasm for that I can muster. Boop. And there we go. And then as we leave this location, I can re-enable my personal logistics when I leave this Roboport area. Candlelight vigil at the body. That sounds like there's going to be another body next to it then. But look at me. Look at the foresight. I have auto-trashed these locations, these things. That's called foresight. Embarrassing. "93 hours in." All right. Where was it? Oh, we are so slow. Train is a legend among its kind. It'll be called. That's like when a tiger tastes man, it will be put down because it'll have a taste of a new prey, and it will never accept anything else. Now, where was it actually? And that's the worst part. It's like, oh, there it is. Can't believe that after so many years they haven't done anything to allow you to find your body. That's just like, yeah, screw it. That's your problem. We don't care. That can't be something we need to add. Okay. But I did fix my trains, I think. And it looks to be somewhat steady state now. Ooh, except that one has to go out. Yeah. So it's not... This one is... Let's try and explain this. This one is set to 0 because it does not have a full train load yet. This one is train limit set to 0 because it is not less than 50,000 iron inbound. So when it drops below 50,000 iron, it summons an iron train. When it gets 120,000 green circuits available, then it opens for the red circuit train. This one. Do we still... Oh, that's actually a super big problem because I don't know where I'm going to place it. I'm actually going to have a loading location. Oh, I'm just running through active trains. We're going to need a place where I can load trains. Yeah. Yeah. That's not correct. Because I don't want this one to go in here first. I want it to go into... Oh, I was just about to run in front of that train. Ooh. Woo-hoo-hoo. Ah. There you go. Hello, Jeff. Good evening. We're doing pretty good progress. Okay, so the reason why I'm putting it here is because I actually want them to go in here first. Or technically into the stacker first. How are you not able to go into the stacker from here? How is there no path from... Yes, 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 but not this one. Oh, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Oh, Mr. Hightower, thank you for the 21 months of wrong station. Oh, yeah. That is absolutely correct. Wrong stacker name. Yeah, but that's actually because this train I'm copying is a... It's a copper train with iron filters. I sure as hell hope I haven't used this for anything. Ah! Where am I pasting copper trains with iron filters? What could possibly go wrong? I hope I... Ah! Just... But it's a copper train with iron filters. Oh, please. Just peek. It might not be a problem. Okay, the best way I think is to look at this and find out how many variants we have. 6 of these trains, yeah. That's our iron train. And what about that one? This is the one we're starting to build. That's actually the train I need to copy, to be honest. This is the iron train coming in, and this is the green circuit train. Alright, we'll try placing that one instead. Let's try this. I feel confident, somewhat. Let's see if this one is correct. So it goes to this one to load. That's that one. Then it goes to the stacker, this one. And then it goes in here. So I'm going to skip the loading and then send an empty train in to unload. Oh, I should just check if that's actually filtered. It looks like it filtered. Yes. So the point of this one is just having it go in here. Then it will trigger that it's empty. Boop, and then it'll go out. Then it will go out. Why will it not go out? Because it's not open yet. Ah. No, right now it came into this one. Boop, and then it empty inventory that goes out. It's just stuck here because the next station is closed or limit is 0. So it's actually going to be stuck here in the empty state. Is that a problem? It is a gigantic problem if this one is not fast enough. Well, it's going to be a huge problem in the beginning, but then hopefully at a certain point it won't be a problem anymore. I hope. All right. Okay, so this one I'm going to set up there again. Okay, so let me try to explain it. This station only opens when it has 120,000, which it has now, but it is closed because iron train is already assigned. So as soon as the iron train is empty, it should hopefully open. No, actually, PJR, that's not correct. I do need the stacker, but because I want the steady state to be that the trains are waiting here, and they are. So all the stations should wait here, because all of these are closed, and they will close when they have enough. But right now I'm enabling too many trains. Okay, please let one of these. Yes, one of these is coming in, stealing the 128, because we have 150,000 in here. That will, it's actually going pretty quick, I think. Or maybe I'm just working slowly. So this one will be filled up. It'll go up here, and then it'll go into, not this one, because it's closed, 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 open, open, open. So it'll go into one of these, unload. It's going to work absolutely brilliant, but it's going to have a rough startup. That's not really working very well, is it? No, it's not. I need the steady state to be too many full trains of green circuits. Once that's achieved, then it will reach a steady state, and then it's going to work fine. But until then, not so fine. If the green circuit buffers get full, then an iron train is unloading. Then when the green circuit buffers get full, when an iron train is unloading, are we stuck then? Nope. It'll just stop working. I mean, it'll stop producing at that point, but it's not going to be close because 128. Let's do some calculations here. Woohoo! One of these boxes can contain 9,600. And there are 32 boxes. So I can store 307,000, but I'm sending a training every time there's 128. So it's actually 2.5 trains that I can store. So I don't think there's going to be an issue with them actually being, it'll fill up. If there is a problem, then it's a much bigger problem actually. Okay, we should see that this is getting better. Actually not until this one goes out. So when this one is full, let's monitor this one. Is green chip production exceeding what is needed for the red chip? Yes, it is. It has to. Every previous step has to be more than the next, otherwise it becomes a bottleneck. And maybe not in the beginning. Come on. Where are we at? 125, 126, 127. It's actually loading pretty quick. Okay, we're going to follow the train and see where it goes. Goes through the stacker. And fills up one more. So because I'm not getting any copper inbound, well, I'm getting the copper inbound, but that's on a different one. But I'm not getting any plastic inbound, then it won't be consuming anything. So when this one gets full, 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 and then only one more train coming in will be full, and then when that's full as well, then the next one will actually wait here because all of these are closed. It's actually working pretty. Can't you use the train GUI to monitor how many of those stations are full? I don't know. Can I? Maybe. I love this system. So good, except for the number of trains. Four out of 10. Except 5 out of 10 are bad ones. Like they are back here for a test setup that I need to remove. Where is that test setup actually? Oh, it's right there. Delete. Oh, speaking of deletes. That'll be the last bit of this, and then once that's done, we can delete everything else. I think. All right. And I'm going to send it to the stacker. Hey, Flippo Maniacs. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Want to tell me why there's a pistol in your auto trash, or should I go into the VOD? Well, you already asked, and people have already replied why. So that shouldn't be any big surprise. 119. Oh, I love how fast this is. This is way faster than I thought. I thought this would be like take forever to fill up a train. It was actually working at a decent speed, I guess. Yeah, 324 per second. It's not bad. Well, there's red ammo. There's always red ammo here. For shooting boxes and stuff. Okay, so this one, come back and pick up the next one, and then see, now we are in the position where all of the destinations here are full. That's actually going to be a bit of an issue, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, is it? That one is not full for some reason. Huh. Okay, well, let me hurry up and place something there then. There. How many do we now have? 6. No, that's the wrong number. It's this one I can click on. 6. Okay, so I also have 6 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actually stations. 3, 4, 5. Do I have 6 stations here? You will need a stacker station in order for them to leave and fill up the stacker in the other direction. No, I don't. That's my whole assertion here. I will need to have one here. Hold on. I just wanted to stop there. Okay, so let me explain why. It's right now it looks like it's not working. It's gonna jam because all of these are full and this one is already jammed and these ones can't get in there. And when this one comes out with a full train, which it will now, then it can't get into any of these because they're all full. But that's okay, it'll wait in the stacker, which is exactly the right place for it to wait. So once it waits in the stacker, nothing happens. Then I do have a clear line now from here and all the way back in. which can then be utilized as soon as this one hits 128 again. When it hits 128, then I'll send another train in here, pick it up, which will also again wait in the stacker. And after a while, all of the trains waiting here will have had their turn to go back in here, fill up, and wait back in the stacker. And then I'm happy. Except, I kind of feel like I need 2 more trains in, and I can't put 2 more trains in, unfortunately, as far as I can tell. I can. I'm gonna force 2 more trains in. There could be spikes in demand since assemblers work in parallel, so all 6 DC trains could be requested at roughly the same time, and there would be congestion. No, they'll just wait. I mean, the congestion won't... I mean, it'll be exactly like this. They'll be requested, and then they'll stand here, and then they'll go out. If they're synchronized, they will just wait for each other. I believe it works. I mean, of course, I don't know. This is also why we test it, but it's really... So far, I think the cases you've been generally been throwing at me, I feel that I've got those under control. Okay, so this is this one has to switch to manual. It's not great. It's not great. Destination full, that's still good. Lowly task, it's certainly more glorious than the purple one, but the purple one hasn't done anything lately. Okay, and you're gonna go out there as well. Okay, I don't think I want all of these because I'm actually might be done with this. Alright, so now I need to trick... Yeah. It now wants to go into these, which don't exist. So I need to trick it to go into this one. How do I do that? That is... it's opening when it's less than 25,000, so it's kind of a long way off. So even if I subtract 100,000, it's not actually enough. That should summon 1 train in here. And that's why I've set this one that actually can come in. There. Hey, FID Dot, thank you for the 5 months. Whoop, where are you going? Oh, that's perfect, that's perfect. Except why? Oh, right, because this one is an empty one. Perfect, perfect. Now I have all of them in here, and then I can take that out again. Good, this one is now wanting to go out. I now have 8 trains, and I have taken all the empty ones. The empty ones are in here. They have to go in first, because once this one goes in... Oh, that's not it. That one. There. Alright. This one will fill up, and then it'll park here. Then an empty train will go out, and replaced by not by a full train, but only for... are there anything here that's... No, they're all full. So now, from now on, we'll start seeing 8 trains being full here, and that's the steady state. Whew. Hey, Fono, yeah. Not far away. Well, depends. It actually is kind of hard for me to argue that it's not actually the next thing we want to do. Because I think we have it now. We have all the green trains in here. We have all of the copper trains. Look at that. The copper trains are full and waiting here. Oh, somehow we're requesting. How can we request? Oh, right. We're still producing green. That's why we're still requesting things. Nice. And this one is still working. And we'll gradually fill up with green trains here. And that means the next thing is plastic. Red chip train. No, I'm not going to build it until I actually have the stuff that I can do. But right now I have the copper. We have the greens. Well, for some of them we have the greens. The rest of them will get there. This one will never leave until we have plastic. So it's going to be stuck here for a very long time. But gradually, let's see when this one gets completed. That's what I want to see. I just want to see that it is going to be plastic next. Absolutely. So we can build all the red circuits. And then while the red circuits sort of build to a steady state, we can get the copper, the sulfur up and running. Although sulfur is super easy. Oh yeah, next is fueling. Oh, you're right. Right. Fueling is super important. Here. But also not particularly difficult. Running on tracks like a pro. Why is this one not connecting to that one? It's the usual inconsistency. Okay, so we have now... No, don't steal my stuff. Don't steal my stuff. Well, some of the stuff you can steal. That's okay. There. Okay, so we should see a flurry of activity to pick up from here, which should also enable this station to open soon. When it drops below what? We don't know what the value is for this one. 3 fuel rods in each. And there we go. This one is open. My fully automated solution here is... My fully automated solution is fully automated. Love it. Oh, that doesn't quite do that. Destination full. Seems like an excessive amount of radars I have here. Let's do this one. Please don't let me run out. All right, let's see. Do you get stuff? Yes. And the train here? Oh, it's already been here. It's back again. Looked like it was 10. What? 10 what? 3. Oh, the threshold. Yeah, for this one? Yeah, makes sense. I mean, it's going to be going back and forth while we're filling this one up. So what we've done now is we've filled up the copper trains, which is irrelevant because they will be fed somewhere else. The plastic trains that we don't have, the green circuit trains that we have, and the red circuit trains that we don't have yet. So all of those are now done together with the steel and the iron trains. And then we can go to the next. Very simple. Take this out. And instead, and then I build this thing. Is it working? Yep, it's already requesting. I mean, that's pretty neat, I think. And now it just needs to hook it up to the rest of it. Ha! Day 50. Pfft. I could even fix this before I even go on my break. Like that, we have now set up refueling for all of this. Maybe, potentially, I think, perhaps. Confidently. Let's wait for the train to come in. In the meantime, I can send you home and home. Then plastic after break. Absolutely, we'll just whip up some plastic. We'll be setting up the plastic. Hold on. Is it not? Oh, this one is done. Okay, so it is. It's coming. It's coming. No robots for that network. That's probably a good idea. We probably need some robots. Damn it. Damn it. Forgot it. Forgot robots for this network. Almost. So close. I'll get 100. I'll get 50. This is... Now I can't find where I requested my robots. Just point and say right there. There, 50. What about the traffic jam to the right? This one? This is not a traffic jam. This is a queue. If this one. And good evening. I'm going to take a break. I just... Oh, my train. Ah. I was supposed to hitch a ride on that train. Don't you dare leave. Oh, you left already. Yeah, I wanted my break, but now I can't have my break. Basically, I wanted to jump on this train. I wanted to be... It was supposed to be... I was supposed to be clever here. I wanted to be on the train and then... Okay, go back to... Here. No, I don't want to control click it because the thing is I need to go back and then get my raid robots and go out again and, you know, all that crap. Oh, this one is already flagged. Are you going to waste chests there? I don't know what you mean. Secondary fuel train? Nope. It's only to start up where it's busy. It's really not. Default wait condition for temp station is 5 seconds because they envisioned using that to hijack trains, not move a dedicated pack train. Hijack trains? Yeah, but okay. Still. Where are my robots? Oh, they're not here yet. There they are. Yes. Storage chest to collect your wastes or logistics bots. Ah, okay. Yeah, the good point. I don't know. We'll do it this way. I have a plan for what I wanted to end or just take a break on when we are in this train, when we just see it go back and forth. Unfortunately, it's not really doing that right now. Turn. Okay. Go. We'll see if you're actually going in as well or not. Please. It's not. Okay. Well, we're going to have to wait here, and then I'll be taking a short break. And then when we come back, we're going to fix the station. Then we're going to clear up this space and then start designing the plastic. So that's going to be tough. I'll see you guys back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. All right, so Lord JVax, good point. Except it's not really a problem. I will explain to you why. Because, again, how much is one of these? Of course, it's 121. 1,200 and... this is how many megawatts it is, megajoules it is. Then I'm going to divide it by 0.6. That's how much a locomotive is using. So that's what Jeff was saying. So that means each locomotive is using one fuel every 2017 seconds. That means the fact that it's bad for UPS, it doesn't really matter if we're talking about one robot every, I don't know, 10 minutes or something. Aha, I got it. I'm just barely made it. Ha. Yeah. Are more robopods better? It doesn't matter. I mean, this is only right now that I'll see anything, but if it reaches a steady state, there might be one robot flying out every minute, or I don't know, something like that. And I'm not optimizing things for what one robot could be slightly less effective. If I was talking about something like I was having 100,000 or 1 million robots in the air, yeah, sure. You probably don't want them to go over big lakes and run out of fuel and then try to limp back to the network. Definitely not. But one robot per minute for the whole network is probably pretty much irrelevant to optimize for. That's my thought. Robopod removal, yes, indeed. Indeed. We can start on that one. Good. Now I need to go back. Oops. This one is still open, right? Yeah. So when it comes back, I'm going to jump on this train and go back again. That highlight message, yeah, it's a good point, but it's just that the scale of things just doesn't warrant. I mean, it is correct, but the scale means it's kind of irrelevant. Not including stops the station, and half the trains aren't operating backwards. Yeah, exactly. So if we start sort of adding it up, then yeah. So when I have 33 trains or 33 locomotives actually operating full time. All right, we're just waiting here. See if we can hitch a ride on the train when it comes in. Whoop. Here it comes. Oh, it's my pleasure. I love good questions that seem to have some, like, questions like this reflect on you knowing mechanics and understanding it and seeing something and thinking there's a potential problem here. While other questions like why is your hair so bad or why have you gotten so fat, they're not really the same caliber of questions. So I'd rather answer your kind of questions if it's all the same to you. Hello, meat mopper. There's one thing that always brings me joy. That's just banning random people for being too clever for their own good. It was like, I think it was it was the last Factorio stream. I was like, I was just not really sort of tuned in already, and I was like, Argh. And then someone came in and just gave me the best gift, just blanketly insulting a whole nation. I was like, thank you. I needed that just good swing of the banhammer, and now off you go. And I felt so invigorated. It was so good. It was like, yeah, that was really nice. So it's always a bit something you should maybe. Something that just something sometimes you just need to swing that banhammer just to get some aggression out. We don't want to rob you of the joy. Yeah, but it's kind of you're also very welcome to at least some of you, like you, Jeff, and Vichu, and Take Cabbage, and Dosel, and Timbo. You've been around for so long that you know what shit I don't tolerate, and I know that you always err on the side of caution, because if you just ban people, then I might go like, okay, well, I mean, I know it wasn't great, but hey, look, lol coffee, maybe. When will you start your science factory? It's done. There. It's just waiting for science to come in. So yeah, this is done. The science factory. All right, time for us to rip and tear our test design up here, and then once we've ripped and torn. Oh, by the way, there's also there's the new the other DLC for Doom Eternal is coming out soon. That was like Friday or something? I don't know what I need to, but I need to find a way to get more time for streaming. For some reason, I wasn't so keen on the last one. I think the reason why I was not so keen on it was because it was a bit too difficult for me. I think that's honestly the reason why I didn't like it. I really liked the original game, and I was quite good at it, but it was a notable step up in difficulty, and it just became so overwhelming immediately. Ancient Gods Part 2. Okay, so it's Thursday, yeah. Do I use bi-directional trains? Yes, all my trains are bi. They are very, very modern. Both yes and it is. You're correct, Cyclops. It is. We are being very inclusive here, except towards robots. They don't have any rights. Sorry. That's just no. Your system is yelling at you to update. All right, then let's see if that is really 5 to 10 minutes. Probably not. What I really needed was some of these things here. Then I could just put it into that here. It'd be much easier. That's why I'm just want a few of these. That is, I'm pretty sure, I know I had active providers before, but I can't find them now. So now it doesn't help me when I can't find them. I think I might have deleted them, but I knew I put down, and I was actually looking for them. I knew I had 4 active providers next to each other, but since I don't have them now, then I just started on the stupid idea instead of just thinking and doing something. Yeah. There we go. There you go. Also, there's a bit of joy for me doing this. I like it. Well, Cyclops, about the warping away from my robots, that actually never happened. That never happened because after the stream, I rolled back to the save at, you won't believe it, the start of the stream. So all day today, I've been redoing this shit I did on stream for myself because I got in a position where I could not activate the... I was in a position where it was impossible for me to do a time lapse of the entire launch because the second I had completed the design, I went out and saved, and even at that point, it started launching. So I couldn't not launch at that moment, but I needed to stop launching. So I was like, yeah, you know what, just fuck it, I roll back. What happened to my save file? The problem was the save file was as they started launching, and I needed to make sure that I had control of my launch start timing. So I needed to be able to record before, start the launch, record, get some distance away, see them launch, and I couldn't do that. It was just, I was looking at the different options, and there was, I couldn't get it to work. So in the end, I was like, no, I'm also because by the time I need to start launching, I need to make sure that as it starts launching, I can complete the entire sphere without ever running out, which means I actually have to build up quite a bit of a stockpile. And I couldn't build up a stockpile because my save game was as it started launching. So, yeah. Hello, JSKIS1. Okay. Yeah. So today I've been, that's why I took a day off, and that's why I did not make any YouTube videos today, because I wanted to watch some League of Legends and just sit and chill with my Dyson Sphere program, just having a very nice relaxing day. So it doesn't actually suck. It was just a very much a Sunday where you just like, all right, let me just fix this and have something good on the other screen, and just really nice. Yeah, so it wasn't a problem. For some Dyson Sphere and chill, yeah. Well, Bicy Post, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. 3 days from 1 year sober. Thanks for keeping me so much company while I look. Congratulations. That is one hell of an achievement. Maybe, how about you, St. Cabbage? That's also been quite a while for you. It's great work. And it's also really nice for you to say that, because it's also kind of why I don't want to be drinking on sort of normal days, and I only take like one beer when I'm streaming, because, well, first of all, I'm at work, but I'm also almost 2 years. Congratulations, King Cabbage. Yeah. Yeah, so that's yeah, so I would imagine that it would be something else for you to lurk and watch on a stream like this, where, oh, now I know why I lost the other ones. Because I picked them up. That if someone was drinking all the time, and it would just be distracting. And I don't want to sort of send that signal, also because we have some young people here who might not be who might be some young susceptible people who should not learn some bad habits, at least not here. Well, Jeff, I think I have cured that problem. I think that being a master of the path, it's basically I've taken over St. Cabbage's drinking budget. So I don't think he's technically saved anything in that respect. So I mean, I really don't want any. I mean, this is the part where I'm just trying to help you. If you have problems with your expenses just not adding up to all of your income, I'll be glad to help. And like this may have been a problem for St. Cabbage, that by not indulging in alcohol, he suddenly was unable to use all of his money. And that's the case where I want to offer my help to him, and also to anyone else if you have those kind of issues. It's just so that's just what I do for you. I know it's very selfless of me. It's also, I mean, I offer it to my parents as well, because they're complaining that they have too much money because they couldn't spend $20,000 on a safari last year. It's like, well, I mean, if that's really something you want to complain about, then I mean, I could take those money off your hands if it's really that big of a the problem. I had to buy a house instead. Yeah, yeah. That's we lost Vitoli to a house. He bought a house, and then we never saw him again. All right, I am going to build stuff. 1, 2, 3, stuff. To my wife, I was buying a Ferrari. It just rolled her eyes, which I took as permission to do whatever I want. Yeah. Why would you want a Ferrari? I mean, oh, maybe you are less fortunate endowed, and that's the best way to compensate, or best way to signal to your surrounding that you are not so well endowed. I mean, I guess a big Hummer would send pretty much the same signal as well. So consider that if that's really the statement you want to make. Gotta look good when you're at the Starbucks and back home every morning. I don't know. You could probably hire a limo, and it would be cheaper, and I think it would be way more stylish than just having a limo park in front of Starbucks, having your hired limo driver go in and pick up. Yes, one double espresso for St. Cabbage. Yes, please. There you go. Here you go, sir. It's probably cheaper, and it's way more stylish. And why do you drive to Starbucks? Can't they deliver? Take out. It's the slam the door in the face negotiating. Open with, I want to buy a Ferrari. Yep. Yeah. Something now that in terms of sales, it's really funny. I worked in. Oh, there they are. I worked in sales. I mean, I worked in pre-sales, so supporting salespeople both in Denmark and in UK. And in UK, when I got there, the sales manager was like, "We got to get you a proper car, because if you will come out to a sales meeting, we want good cars, because that shows that we are successful, that shows the company is successful, and that instills sort of confidence in what we do." In Denmark, I've had my when I was driving a BMW, and my sales director wanted me to not park in front of the door, because he didn't want, he was driving a shitty car himself. He didn't want the customer to look out and see that the supporters, because I was his supporter, were driving a BMW, because that was an expensive car, because that meant then they would take it as, oh, so that's why the software is so expensive. That's because your supporters are driving BMWs. And it's just, it was completely the reverse logic, and I'm 100%. I've checked it. It's not an outlier in either case. It's very much in Denmark. If you drive a big car as a salesperson, you will send a signal that the customer is paying too much because you can afford a big car. In the UK and the US as well, it's quite the contrary. Anyone have that kind of experience as well? So the first thing I did when I came to the UK was buying a Mercedes CLK, which was my very first car. It's ridiculous for a first car. All right, what are we going to do here? But which company was the most successful one? Here's the kicker. It was the same company. When I was just a little guy, I didn't want people to know I had a nice car, because I would never get a raise. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many times my boss in my job, when I bought a Tesla, and how many times he sort of hinted at, like, I can't believe that you're driving a Tesla and I can't afford one. I know what you make and what your salary is. How can you drive a Tesla? I was like, I don't have a wife, so that's one huge expense I don't have. Yeah. Yeah. And I've also had, so like, some of these roads on the way home it goes like single lane, and then when they get a traffic light, it goes to two lanes, and then it goes back to one lane. So every time there is an intersection, you sort of spread out to two lanes, and then there's always like, how do you sort of merge back into one lane afterwards? And then I was driving home from work, and I saw this shitty little Skoda coming on the inside, and I was like, do I want to? Like, no, fuck it. I don't need to prove anything against some idiot. I was just racing on the inside, and then I got a phone call 2 minutes later, and that was my boss calling. Did you see? I overtook you on the inside. I overtook a Tesla. I was like, what the fuck? Why the fuck are you racing on just congested road just to overtake me on the inside? I mean, come on. That is so ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of clearly he had issues with the fact that I could afford it and he couldn't. Now I need to plug myself in here. Boop. All right, is it possible for us to do this? I don't know. I have no clue. Boss is 13 years old. No, but he was clearly. I would say that he was very typical of many sort of corporate bosses that are just all surfaced. Like, something has gone wrong, or something is not everything is really working out the way they'd hoped for, and and maybe things are not working so well at home, and you know, things are just not as great as they should be, and you want to find these small victories, whether that's overtaking someone on the inside you're on in traffic, or driving your car that's sort of your Audi, BMW, Mercedes, one of those ones, right? And just you want to get your car, and it's just finding those small victories which was kind of pathetic, but no. Refinery is 5. Beacon is 3. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I think I'll have to do it separately. So there, even success cars are affordable. Yeah, true. But that just raises the bar. Done well while driving an older paid-off car. I mentioned it during my pitches. I'm all about getting the most bang for the buck. It resonates with buyers. Yeah, I mean, then you just use it as part of it. It also depends on what you're selling, right? Whether like affordability is part of it. Input coal for plastic. I don't know. I'm just kind of not really. I mean, I feel that there must be a way that we could do something to this effect, and then we get back to basically the green circuits, right?
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an
It's too fast for using these. Hey, Ecstasy Atanos, thank you for the Twitch Prime and welcome. I buy at least one car a year. It's not very smart, but I like cars. Do you also sell the old ones? Or do you just... They get impounded and then you're gonna, buy another one. To the manufacturing prince. I don't know who is the manufacturing prince. Alright, see, these are stacking up now. And there's still a few left here that are just waiting to be empty. Slowly. Okay, this is actually working. And we'll get another one in here. I lose a ton of money. Yeah, I could imagine. If you buy them new, as soon as you drive them out of the dealership, you lose like 20% or something. Alright. Would this be an option? I don't think this one is going to work very far. Yeah, it's not working for this one. Time for the 216.2 Petro train. Oh, I hope not. Yeah, I know. I mean, I bought my car when I was driving a lot, back and forth to work, and then it made sense. At least somewhat made sense. But right now, does not make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, rate calculator is an add-on, is a mod, yeah. I don't think this helps a lot because I can't really take it out on this side. Maybe I can, but even if I'm doing... you can't flip those. Come on, why can I not flip it? Just allow me to flip it. Urgh. Oh, because it wouldn't work when I flip it. Damn it, that's why. I'm the idiot. Ah. Oh, it will work because it's of course only the same thing that comes in. Yeah. But it wouldn't work because I can't reach all the way over here. We'll try this for a bit. By taking it in from the side, then from whatever it is, I don't know how many I would need, and I'm not even sure this is gonna work. Yeah, but in this case, like this chemical could easily be flipped. I know it can't be flipped, but it's still annoying because this one clearly can be flipped. Output not work on the right one. What? Why? Too fast. Yeah, too fast. Now, this one was good, but it's not working though. These are too fast to do that. I'm not sure I can do this. What if I abandon the idea of having it on both sides and just say, could I have it on one side at least? It's gonna be really impractical to have here. And it's gonna be aligned with this, which is bad. Wait, aren't you building too big for the reds? What do you mean? I mean, it's a good point to actually check how much the red one needs. It's 215 per second. 2 tiles left. And then have an extra. Yeah, so 1 train actually would be enough. But this is kind of a lot of oil coming in. So just on a single side here. Kind of has to be something like this. We still have this issue inbound here. Yeah, I want to say that, yeah, I agree. I agree. But I think it's a good place to start and go like, okay, what are our options here? And then we can dial it back and say, we could also just have it inbound and outbound on the same side. That might actually be a lot more manageable, since we're now being somewhat comfortable with that way of working. And then it could look a bit more like... That one doesn't work anymore. Well, that doesn't work because no matter how I... Let's try this, just for the hell of it. It's less than 2 belts of coal coming in. That's not much. Petroleum lines from left to right could be more simpler to feed. Yes, potentially. I mean, that's actually... Now I didn't even see that, but... There we go. Perfect. Except that's not gonna work. It kind of doesn't matter because I can't make do with just one of... Oh, can I? Oh, man, I don't know. Yeah, this is kind of not enough. Right? It was 215. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to find extra. I'm kind of wondering if the double build is better. So like this one is repeatable up here. And then we just basically combine these two. Why not have a tank there and a... Oh, because I don't want tanks. Tanks are not great, to say the least. Advanced, standard. I'm gonna do standard because that's simpler. Okay. I'm gonna try to reduce this in complexity. And yes, this is super annoying. Yes, so that's kind of still, that's doubling up here. There. Like this, maybe. It's significantly less, but that's okay. Hello, Kairos. Kairos, yes, it is possible, but coal liquefaction takes so many steps, and this is about lowering the number of entities. So I'd rather have something that's more simple and have fewer sort of logic and buffers and pipes and pumps, and just basically go crude oil in, petroleum out, end here, next. Top one beacon, top left beacon. Nope. Hence the never mind, I guess. Yeah, so this is definitely less. But I'm also considering here that this would be a double-sided one. How does having input and output on the same side work? I'll show you. We have it pretty much everywhere by now. I've been quite a big fan of it. So for example, this one, you can see it here. This one is taking iron in on the middle lane, but it's also unloading green circuits at this location. So right now it's just emptying this train. Should be emptying. Well, let's watch this one because then I don't have to do it. Right, left to right, petroleum train, pump, coal train, plastic, build, output train. Yeah, but that's not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is sort of the alignment of the inputs and outputs and beacons, and just fitting it all into this very small square I have. Good. So now this train has unloaded, and when you can see over on the right hand side, probably behind me, when this reaches 128,000 green circuits, we will see a train coming in. That one or that one? That one. It will come in, use the same track, and then it'll be loaded with green circuits. Ta-da! And a few logic here and there, just make sure that they don't sort of try to get in at the same time. And now this one is lighting up. That means it's welcoming another train. Okay. Coal and plastic coming on the same line. Oil being pumped or chained in. I don't know. That's so simple. Well, the simplicity is, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. It's not super simple, but once it works, it works. It's not super simple to set up, but yeah, as I said, when you get it up and running, it works. Right, we're just gonna get one of these. How do you keep green chips balanced in case the chest gets high-low? How would it get high and low? I'm getting one train in, and each wagon is full when it comes in and empty when it leaves. That means it's always doing the same thing, and that gets processed, and it always goes into the same. So it doesn't need to be balanced, because it cannot be unbalanced unless I start messing with it. Okay, so now let's be extra ambitious. Okay, the other one. See if I could do something like this. Now that would be something. Except I can't, because that would not allow us to have beacons between. And we need many beacons. But, you know, the idea is good. Let me just see how many. Oh yeah, it has another problem with it. Like these, yeah, that's a bad idea. It's not gonna work, because it's so unaligned that it just doesn't work. It's gonna have to be decoupled somehow. That actually sucks. Jeff, you were saying something about 3 plus 5 is 8, which is inherently correct, but don't know what it actually does to me, for me in this case. I mean, yeah, I kind of know that, but is it because it would fit in any particular way? I don't see. Tiling to train has 7 cyclic. Yes, exactly. That's why 5 is absolutely horrendous, because I can't put. Okay, so you were saying it as a, and therefore it's bad, because this one is minimum going to be 8 tiles, and that means it'll never tile with trains. Is that okay? I thought it was because you had a good idea, and not because you were saying it's not gonna work. Well, one refinery is not enough. Well, if I move more beacons to that and less beacons to the other one, then potentially. Being it down on that, yeah. Okay, but it just took me a bit of time to come to the same conclusion, and therefore I came back to it and go like, did you have a solution, by the way, or were you just also noticing? Right, so this one is okay, I guess. We can certainly do this one if we want, so we can get stuff in here. Whoa.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
This whole thing is off by 1. There. Hey, Elendil, thank you for the 25 months. Right, now this one affects, this one affects. Each of these are now getting additional. Good. How much? How fast is it now? 8. It's exactly not enough. Exactly not enough. Ah! This one is hitting this one is hitting that. I don't see how I could make it better. Well, I can, but then I get back to getting more complicated. Is that better? Yes. Definitely better. Okay, so what do we think about this one? Have a lot of play on the space between tracks to the left. Stack and it evens out. Limit one of the boxes to 1 stack and another to one shy of a stack, and it evens out. 1 stack for that full. I mean, that's the least of the concerns. The question is just like, is this? I mean, optimal is probably not the word I'm looking for here. How much petroleum? A lot. More than what we can put on one pipe or one. Yeah, so about 200, about 200, about 2,000, which is not super bad. It'll definitely need to come in from 2 sides, or the fact that we could also get it in, like, maybe that was what was being referred to, like this, for example. That's also an option, and we can just get it in as we like, right? I would directly feed in the liquids from the left. Yeah, except I can't. Can I? Well, maybe I can. Because this one can actually be one out. There. Right? Oh, didn't even have to. Would direct insertion with the refineries and having less beacons so the ratio works? No, Jasper, that's the problem is that the refineries are 5 wide. So by having them here and here, then I can't get a beacon in between, and that means I lose a ton of beacons here. Plus this one and this one. That's how you put beacons around these, because this beacon here is still hitting, so you can get 5 on either side. And I can't do that with this spacing, so it's just like the spacing is wrong in so many dimensions. Yeah, I mean, I guess with, no, does that work here? Could I? That's pretty good. You could shift northern chem plant up 1 tile. No, I couldn't. If I shift this one up, it loses that beacon. So that's not an option. I think if the refinery is still fast enough, it'll probably better to have the simpler setup with than anything else. I think if the refiner is still fast enough, it's probably better to have that simpler setup with 16 entities. 16 entities? Which one was 16 entities? I'm not going to do the direct one. One refinery. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. It's impossible to do modules on it. It doesn't matter how simple it is. It's just, look at how awful it is to do modules on these. I don't think you're appreciating how awful it actually is. Like, I can at the very best get that's it. I can't get any more beacons than this. Right? So in the absolute best case scenario, I'm having one of these being absolutely horrendous at speed 4. It's just not worth it. Okay, slightly more than 4. No. Because that one can't reach. Yeah. Cyber. I'm not going to do it after the stream. I don't do that after the stream. I'll look at it. Let me just scroll. I don't know. Wasn't it? You said it posted a screenshot in Factorio. Where? I don't see anything in Factorio. Ooh, so a long time ago. Before I even started. Nice. Oh, I see Matt P is back. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one, Cyber. Okay, cool. Wow, that's a mess. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's less awful than I thought, but it's also not quite good. I don't even know what to say. Also, like, by unloading a train on both sides, I would not count on it be self-balancing. Like, I don't trust pumps and liquids in Factorio. So if you take a train and unload it on both sides liquids, I would not be sure that you get equal amounts on both sides. And if you don't get equal amounts, you are screwed. Doesn't matter if it produces enough. No, but it is also like producing 47, but it needs more than twice as much. So yeah, yep, that's what I found after 2 hours, 2 hours later. Yeah. Hey, Tracer! Thank you for the tier 2 for 26 months. That's very nice. Full speed on refiners. It's still not even going to cut it, because once you have things with lots of beacons, it's not actually getting much. Hey, Dezu! Thank you. Out of puns. Sorry. Sorry for you being out of puns. That's speed 6. That's 54. So now it's producing a third of what I need, right? Ah, okay. Almost half. Almost half of what I need. So you're going to be yelling, why not just build 2 of them? Because I can't have 2 of these. So yeah, so the point is, if they're fast enough, yes, but they're not. So would training it in be a better option? Yeah, yes. Well, train in doesn't matter. That's not really what we're talking about, because what you're basically saying, The question is, are you coupling them or decoupling them? And I'm going to be like, decouple. Definitely decouple. I know there's an advantage by having them coupled, but the discrepancy in design and therefore also the speed is just too big for it to make any sense. Like, I'd much rather have this one built at double the size somewhere else and then get it in here. Even if it's just one train coming in and then being unloaded to both sides into refineries that are then collided into something and then spread out here and go in. It's still better than having them sort of direct one-to-one because of the way that they just don't fit. Which basically would output gas on all three pipes. Yeah, that would be nice, because then you could, I know why they didn't do it, because they want to make it as noob friendly, so you remember to do this, and then when you upgrade, you haven't used the other two outputs, which makes perfect sense, and I think this is better for the noobs among us. But yeah, it would make it easier to make rotational symmetry. With how many stations? With this thing, 1, and that's the beauty. If I can do this, I only need 1. Right? And I am liking the idea of only having 1 station, because then it's super simple. Then it's going to be like the greens here. Just get stuff in, get stuff out, done. So that's I think I want this one. How would training it in work? Can you have 1 pump per wagon? Yes, I can. But that's not exactly how I would probably do it. I'd just probably have it like, and I wouldn't actually make a train here. I would probably make it a same station here, but then basically, like, I don't know. This is just 2-second template. Right, something like this. Go in here, take some of them that way, some of them the other way, get it in. Alternatively, yeah, you can have 2 trains. You can't have, sure you can. You can have 3 trains, unless they changed it recently. Or maybe that was when they actually had 3 sections. Oh, okay. Doesn't matter. If one is fast enough. So what I'd also really like to have is basically this. I know this, it can't be done like this, but this would also actually be super nice. Because then it doesn't matter if I have 3 of these, right? That doesn't matter. It is completely inconsequential if I have 3 of those that are running, and then feeding one of those, for example. Don't think it's going to be like that, but that's an option as well. I like this, and that's where we're going to start next time. Just working on this one, because this means I only need 1 plastic station for, and I like that idea. Good, but it is time for me to wrap up for today. We have done pretty good progress, I think. We've done all the copper and the green circuits and all of that inbound here, and yeah, so I'm pretty happy, and we started on the next big design project, and it's gonna probably take a bit of time to get that sorted, but when we have, we'll figure it out. There's also the point about just processing the oil directly at the oil refinery, so you only pick up petroleum, you never pick up I think I like that. Like, you take this location, you mine it, pump it, and then on site you make it into petroleum that you then pump into trains. So you never have crude oil transported by train. That's also an option. And then you can just basically get the train in, unload petroleum directly in. Well, we'll forget that idea. So you'll remind me next time, right? Yeah. So tomorrow will be last day of Dyson Sphere program in this sort of this round. And then Tuesday, very important day, will be not a Factorio. Well, it is a Factorio day, but we'll skip the Factorio day and come back on Thursday. But Tuesday and Wednesday this upcoming week will be Satisfactory. So we're starting a brand new series of Satisfactory. That means you need to be here on time to yell at me or actually vote for which starting location I should start with. I know which one I hope it's going to be, and I know which one I hope it's not going to be. So I don't dare sway you to that. And yeah, and then we're going to get started, and I absolutely love the early game, so we're going to do that, and I'm going to throw some things on YouTube as well. I don't exactly know how it works, but it's probably going to be something like we did for Dyson Sphere program, and I think that works really well. It's a lot of work for me, but I don't mind. So that's going to be the idea, and then of course on Friday there'll be some Evil Genius content. Thanks everyone for joining. It's been a pleasure streaming for you, and thank you for your support on the hype train, and Lorenzo Lewis, the new master of the path. Thanks everyone for joining. I'll bid you good start of next week. See you tomorrow, I hope. Good night, take care, and as always, stay effective.